Good morning, everyone. Will the Housing Land Use Committee meeting of July 29th, 2026 please reconvene? It is 9:08 a.m. on August 24th, 2026. I'm the chair of this committee, Nohelani Uuhajins. Thank you. Members, in accordance with the Sunshine Law, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in the room, vehicle, workspace with you today. Minors do not need to be identified. Committee Vice Chair Kaunoy Bidhangan is recused? He's recused, yeah. He's excused. Councilmember Tom Cook, good morning.
Good morning and aloha, Chair. I'm in my Kihi office today and my aides are in the other room. I'm looking forward to the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabe Johnson, aloha and good morning.
Good morning, Chair, council members, community members. There's no testifiers here, no testifiers here at the Lanai District Office, and I'm alone on my side of the office, and I have an appointment at 10:30 today, Chair. I have to go visit the seniors at the senior center, so I will be leaving the meeting a little early. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for sharing. Council Chair Alice Lee, I don't see her on. Maybe she'll be joining us shortly. Council Member Tamara Paulton, aloha, good morning.
Aloha kakayaka kako, streaming live and direct from the planning conference room.
Thank you. Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, aloha, good morning.
Aloha kakahiaka, Chair. Happy to be here in person.
Thank you for hosting us at Molokai the other day. It was a gorgeous day.
It was special order weather just for you folks.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Councilmember Shane Senenti, aloha and good morning.
Aloha kakayaka and good morning, Chair. Here at my home office, here by myself. There are no testifiers in Hana, albeit there are some heavy rain events happening right now, so we'll keep on monitoring. Hope everybody is safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I hope everybody is safe out there. And Councilmember Yukile Sugimura.
Aloha, good morning. Good morning. I'm in my meeting room and looking forward to a productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. From the administration, we have with us Deputy Planning Director Ana Lillis, Fire Chief Brad Ventura, Director of Finance Marcy Martin, Land Acquisitions Officer Guy Hironaka, the Director of Water Supply John Stufflebean, Archaeologist Jay Raposa, Hawaiian Language Specialist Keahi Johnson, the Deputy Director of Agriculture Koa Heva Heva, and Deputy Corporation Counsel Nohulu Nunakawa. We also have with us today the individuals we designated as resource persons, including from the project and the consultants, from Unukio and Hiraga Planning Consultants, Mark Alex Roy and Hoku Kruger, from AHL Architectural Garrett Orimoto, from AECOM Engineers Diane Kodama and Jessica Samura, from Scientific Consultant Services Inc., Archaeologist Mike Dega, from Calipono Architectural Consulting, Cultural Consultant Gina McGuire, from Mailelani Design, Landscape Architect Vivian Arita, Kaniali Williams is here with us, is also a resource person. We have with us two HLU committee staff. Good morning, everyone. Please see the last page of the agenda for information on meeting connectivity. Members, as a reminder, before us today are Bills 89, 2026, Bill 90, 2026, and Bill 91, 2026 to approve land use entitlements for the proposed Haiku Fire Station project, which will be on about 6.1 acre portion of a 27.9 acre county-owned property identified as tax map key 227007008 in Hamakualoa, Hawaii. We've already closed oral testimony on this item, and written testimony will continue to be accepted. Before we resume discussion, I'd just like to state for the record that the Board of Ethics has confirmed that I may participate in deliberations and vote on these bills, and therefore I will continue as chair and participate in today's meeting. On August 8th, the committee held an executive meeting before it recessed. At this time, I would like to ask Deputy Corporation Counsel Nohulu Nunakawa to provide a brief summary on executive meeting in accordance with Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4, Afterwards, we can discuss whether another executive meeting is needed, or we can just continue deliberations in open session. So, Mr. Nunakawa, if you could please provide us in summary. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, last meeting we went into executive session to go over some of the legal concerns brought up by the members in testimony. We were in executive session for about 20 minutes before we had to end, and then we went back into the regular meeting and ended the meeting before we lost quorum.
Thank you. Do you assume we're going to need to go into executive session?
That's up to the members, but I believe last time some members said that they would like additional information in executive session.
Sounds good. Thank you. Members, we can then begin discussion. If you do have any questions for open session, we can have them now, and we'll do that by a show of hands. And if not, we can go into executive session and continue our discussion in there. I think a couple of us wasn't there as well. Member Paulton, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, for Chief Ventura, since he wasn't here last time. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Ventura. Just wanted to know about the possibilities of just purchasing a house, similar like how Puko, I think they did it. Puko.
Certainly. So I don't know how far we want to go back. The project area in the east end of Molokai, as we all know, is very sensitive. There's not a lot of development, and there's not a lot of new development out there. And so we were fortunate enough to work with Councilmember Rollins Fernandez's office to identify a previously disturbed site with a home on it that is going through, I would say, an extreme renovation right now to get it up to speed for the station size that it is now, which is one apparatus with currently 3 personnel and serving that east end of Molokai. Similarly, in Haiku, the property that we bought had homes on it. It was previously disturbed. And so our plan is to build on that particular property. The reason the parcel is what some people would consider to be large, the 6 acres, is because of the way the water tank has to be elevated to provide for the additional fire suppression requirements. And that pulls that envelope open in that parcel so that we can get the tank up on a hill to serve the station at a lower elevation. Not to say no other property would work in Haiku, but purchasing a house and remodeling it or rebuilding it or demolishing it and rebuilding it is what we're doing on a previously disturbed site. I want to also elaborate on Site D. It keeps coming up a lot. Site D has a very...
If I could clarify on the other one, the water tank that you're talking about is within the 6 acres and it's above ground. There's no surface or below ground.
You're correct.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So that in our current project site of the 6.1 acres, the water tank is on the property within the 6 acres and it's above ground. The Site D, to meet fire code requirements there, we would need to increase the water supply system exponentially, similar to what we were going to have to do with a corridor in the previous project. We would have to increase the service line that comes down to that state-owned parcel. That parcel also does not have water meters, and we know the wait list is a whole separate situation to deal with. So getting water meters on that state parcel, I don't have any information on as far as timing goes. The water department's also expressed to us that the water supply, which is the tank serving that Site D isn't large enough to meet the fire code requirement. Therefore, we need to build an additional tank next to the existing tank. But the property is not large enough where that tank is to accommodate a second tank. So we need to buy the parcel next to that tank to expand the water supply for Site D. So Site D does have a ton of infrastructural challenges on it, along with testimony received in meeting 1 on this topic about the EV Kupuna potentially buried on that site. And as Mark Roy kind of mentioned, anytime we move site from here, it is what it is, but it's basically starting the project all over again. So we're not completely against having a parcel with a house that we could completely remodel, but the acreage would need to be sizably larger than what we're dealing with on Molokai. And the water supply out there has always been a challenge no matter what site we've looked at.
Thank you.
Members, I'm doing just a 4-minute round. Thank you. Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Aloha, Chief. Mahalo for being with us this morning. I wanted to follow up on Member Paulton's questions. Okay. So I know that this project was like 17 years going, and so it predated you becoming chief. And this is not your project that you're spearheading, but just the project that was being worked on before you became chief. And I appreciate, you and the department working with our island to meet our needs. As you described, in Manae, the east end of Molokai, where, an initial project was planned, was completely undisturbed. And there were significant sites, and there was opposition, and we worked together to find a pre-disturbed site that had a rundown place on it. And so the need for Molokai was like just finding like a pre-disturbed site. If for Ha'iku area, there was like a home that currently has a water meter that was like large enough, like a 4-bedroom to fit, I don't know how many bedrooms you need, but if it already had like a number of bedrooms that you would need so that people, the firefighters on duty, would feel comfortable, like, and it was lived in, so it's not like the house in Walapue, so it wouldn't need the kind of major renovations that was needed for Molokai, and was more like like Ho'olihua. I mean, not as small as Ho'olihua's house, but so for Molokai, like we have 3 fire stations. One in Kaunakakai is a larger one, which at the time, I think it was built in 2012-ish time, but it was like something like $12-15 million. But then we have like a hale, in Ho'olihua that's been the firehouse for decades now, and it's met our needs. And the place that the Irwin house that the Puko'o firefighters currently are staged in, or are at, it's barely held together. Termites holding hands. And so I'm really excited for them to get a new place. And it'll be like a house, but it'll not be termites holding hands or duct tape holding the roof down. And so like I hear water as a need. And so understanding, like what size pipe or a tank, and like having a better understanding of that, because I looked on the market and there were like houses right on the main highway, so like location wise it seemed like pretty good, size wise and acreage wise it looked like it could meet the needs if I understood them better, and like this is what my office did, right? for 2 years, we looked for a house that, or, you know, like a place that the puko'o could relocate to. And so with an already built house, we wouldn't need to do like another like EIS because there's a house on it already. Water, and then like Ho'olehua and Ualapue and Puko'o, there would be an apparatus shelter built. Well, not Puko'o because that was temporary. Damn it, I was talking for 12 minutes. I mean, 4 minutes.
Sorry, I can't answer your question.
You're welcome.
Good.
Thank you. Sorry.
I would say if I have my choice on how we're building fire stations these days, we're going to build a modern fire station. We're settling in Ualapui. We're settling for that. We would not choose that if that was our option. It's kind of why I say picture our latest fire station, 2012, Kaunakakai, 2003, Wailea. Now picture the size and space you need to build something that's hurricane resistant, right? Like right now, if we have major flooding where we're at right now in Ualapui, everybody's going to Kaunakakai because they're not safe where they're at. We don't want to rebuild that way moving forward, right? So everything we're doing moving forward is modern fire stations. They require certain things like hot, warm, and cold zones so that we don't take contaminants into our bedrooms. And with a house, that's just not built that way. When you talk about facilities and the demand, most houses are in the 100 to 200 amp service. I think Olawalu, we're asking right off the bat for like a 300 amp service just because of growth and possibility. Same thing we're doing in Haiku. We're actually having to work with Hawaiian Electric to upgrade the electricity to the site because that's the demand of a new modern fire station. The Haiku fire station is built for the future. It's not built for what we need today. And like I said, I really feel that I wanted to do better for East End Molokai, but we were stuck in a situation where we had to settle on what we did. And it's better than what we have today, but it's not what I would have built had you allowed me, and not you, but have we been allowed to build a modern fire station for East End Molokai. There was a lot more you were talking about in there that I'd like to share on, but think of something that's, going to be a possible shelter that needs to withstand a hurricane so that if the public needs to, like in Lahaina, they came to the stations to charge phones and they meet it days after because we had generators. All those sorts of things you generally don't get in a house setting. Similar to Walapue, we're not putting in a permanent generator. They're going to have portable generators. So you're looking at a commercial facility versus a residential facility. You're looking at something that's hardened versus not hardened. You're looking at something that is going to be able to grow in the future as the community grows. Haiku Fire Station's design currently, it's 2 apparatus wide, 2 apparatus deep, so that in the future, if we need to, we can put up to 4 apparatus there, something we couldn't do in Walapue. Although the property for Haiku Fire Station is 6 acres, and like I mentioned, the envelope is large because of the water tank being added on, and we have a warehouse storage in the back there. When you look at Ho'olehua Fire Station, we could easily use another half acre there, or an acre. In Walapue, we had to ask Department of Hawaiian Homelands for additional easement to make our property larger, which we have a lifetime easement there, as long as the fire station's on that property. So every place is different. Wailuku, busting at the seams. Paia, busting at the seams. We don't want that for future fire stations. When Kahului Fire Station was built in 1990 and surrounded by 3 cane fields, everybody's like, what are you doing? Now it's maxed out. So we need to think 30, 40 years ahead. So hope that clarifies some of the needs.
Mahalo, Chief.
Thank you.
Can I follow up real quick on one of the questions in the beginning of her question was, is the water meter size? So typically a house is like 5/8, and maybe you may have a larger water meter, but that's a standard 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. What's the water meter size required in this proposed fire station and your typical proposed fire stations?
So the water department helps us kind of guide us along. From what I understand, it's a fixture count calculation.
Yeah.
And in Haiku, we are able to receive 2 5/8 meters that will service the property. And then a third meter, which was discussed in the last meeting, is a
Yep.
fire line. It's a separate meter. It's only for firefighting purposes. If we use it, it comes with a different rate. It's only put into places. We have them in several of our fire stations, but it's not something that has to come off a wait list. It's something that we can request for fire suppression.
Thank you.
The 2 5/8 meters will be enough to take care of the building, and the second 5/8 meter, we've been required to put a landscaping plan together and irrigation per code, which is going to steal some of the water from that other second 5/8 meter. So we had to reduce some of the spigots that we have on the property to meet the code, which 1 5/8 meter covers the station, and 1 5/8 meter is going to cover the landscaping and the spigots in the yard space.
Okay, thank you. For the 6 acres.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's what's coming right down to 6 acres. And to give you kind of a comparison, like as we move forward and we build in the future and learning from these sorts of things, like we've asked for an 1-inch water meter in Olawala. Let's just get it right the first time, right? Instead of having to band-aid things together or request to grow in the future. So on those types of places, we just ask for adequate,
How big was that one?
I think the Olawala one was a 1-inch meter, if I remember right.
Okay. Thank you. Members, does anybody else have any questions for open session? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for joining us today. The way I'm seeing this right now, we're kind of at a crossroads here where we would choose to either go back to the drawing board, find pre-existing structures or a commercial or a home or some pre-existing place that you could buy and build up. And I hear what you're saying. And then the third one is just, this building on this parcel of land. So I guess my question for you, Chief, is how does the communities influence your decision on which path you choose to take? Is you can see the signs in the back. We've heard hours and hours of testimony. Does that affect your decision moving forward, Chief?
So that's a great question, and I think the best way to answer it is I'm happy to answer questions on what we need in the fire department and what we need to best serve the community, and that's what we've done here. As far as ownership of the property, that's not my responsibility to determine. And as Councilmember Rollins Fernandez said, I inherited this project, and this project was purchased in 2007. It was ready for construction and about to be built in 2011. And then in 2018, Councilmember Molina came back to us and said, the community wants it. The site is fine. Let's go. But let's do another site assessment, which we did. And then we circled back. So there's been 2 assessments on this for site selection on this project. And so in 2019, that second site selection project circled back to the same property. And yeah, that's where I'll leave it.
Yeah, I think for me, it's tough to, we all need, safety, and we all need you guys to do your job, and, we want to help you, but at the cost, what's the cost of it? And I don't mean just the financial, I mean, look at the community, right? There's something I think that puts a weight on the scale for me. And I'm out of questions. I don't want to get into discussions, but I wanted to hear from you, Chief, what you feel like at this crossroads and how you feel about it. So thank you.
I can add to that too. If you're asking me what I think the community feels about this project, they want it. They want it yesterday. There's more people that want this done, and I share with them. Public testimony is a way to be heard. Come to the meeting.
Where are they?
Local style is not to come and do this. So a lot of the people that are for it are, just quietly waiting for it to be built.
I might push back a little bit, but on the locals style not wanting, because I mean, there's locals in the background. They're obviously expressing. I just don't think it's as black and white as that. So there's nuance. There's cloudy titles involved. There's the history involved of all of the things that brought us to this point. And I'm done with my questions. So thank you, Chief, for responding. Thank you, Chair.
Of course. Does anybody else have any other questions before we resume executive session? Go ahead, Member Alice Fernandez.
No one else.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Okay. So I wanted to dovetail a little bit off of what Member Johnson was saying, Chief Intra. So I'll go back to Manae, Puko'o, Walapue, and the proposed Kilohana project, which was the initial project under Victorino, the Victorino administration. And of course, when posed with the question, should we have a fire station built behind Kilohana School, which is an undisturbed area that has, cultural significance, or no fire station? Being given those options, of course, people are going to choose the construction of the, having a fire station, regardless of where it's being built. And then when it looked like that was going to be the site, for those that understand the cultural significance of that area, that's when folks started to come out and express their opposition. There were still people who believe that if we don't build the station there will be no fire station, because the Puko'o fire station at the Irwin House is going to collapse. And so, faced with those options, of course, they're like, the trade-off is worth it. And then it wasn't until my office said, okay, well, let us do the legwork and we'll find a place that the community can all support. And then that way there's a third choice and everyone can get behind it. And it doesn't, have to have, this controversy around it. And so when you describe to Member Johnson about how the community, is just like 100% on board, or like there's a lot of support and there's a lot of history, and it makes me wonder if those same people would still support it if they understood that there were claims to title to that parcel. Because I don't think anyone wants to take away land from Kanaka or extinguish rights that that should not be extinguished. And I know you wouldn't want to either in your personal capacity. And so if they were given a third choice the way that Molokai was, like would they choose the third choice instead of extinguishing rights from Kanaka, So I think like when you're describing the support behind this fire station, was it that initial proposal of no fire station, or fire station in a location that is surrounded by controversy?
That's a good question. I can't speak for all of Haiku.
And then I had a follow-up question regarding the, so in 2011, the site, you said that the site was, that the project was ready to be built. And then in 2018, Member Molina wasn't a council member till 2019.
Okay.
2019, okay. So 2019, Member Molina asked for another site selection study. What happened in this 8 years? From 2011 to 2018, if it was ready to be built, and then 7 years before Member Molina asked for another site selection survey. Do you know?
I was a captain in Napili, so I won't have all the details. But the project was shut down with some contesting of the project. And so it's kind of where we're maybe beginning to get at again with the Walapue situation. It's like eventually you're just tired of dealing with it, and maybe the previous administration was just like, just put it to bed. It's done. I don't know. And then when Councilmember Molina said, no, the community wants it, let's get it going again, then it got going again. Yep.
And for the record, I did encourage, Member Molina and the community to do what we did in Molokai back in 2019, so that they wouldn't be faced with this impossible decision to make. There could be a third option.
I guess my comment to that is the property that county bought in 2007 that I'm being told is free and clear, had houses and was disturbed. What's to say we don't buy one of those places that you're talking about and it's the same situation again and again and again? So that's all. I can't predict the future.
Yeah, good point. I guess like with the houses I was looking at, they're like lived in right now. So I guess like because it's not about it being pre-disturbed. I think like the way for Molokai, for Haiku, as I understand it, it's about contested title.
Right. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with today. But these houses that were on this property were lived in. You know what I mean? So what's to say I don't buy something else and we have the same situation again? That's all.
Mahalo, Chief.
Thank you. Members, does anybody else have any questions for open session? I know the last meeting, you folks didn't really have time to get into any consultation with our corporation counsel to discuss the land concerns as we're discussing now, and some of the liabilities and potential liabilities. Does anybody else have any open session questions? You good? Everybody good? Member Johnson?
Chair, I don't know how long executive session is going to go, and I don't have questions for executive session. I have to leave at 10:30. Can I go in and then leave at 10:30, or does that jam everything up? Should I just not even come in?
No, you're welcome to come in and leave when you need to.
Okay.
Yeah, that would work just fine.
Thank you.
As long as it doesn't affect quorum, but yeah, that's fine. 10:30 is cool. Okay. Thank you for asking. So I will now entertain a motion to convene an executive meeting in accordance with Section 92-5A4 Hawaii Revised Statutes to consult with legal counsel on questions and issues pertaining to the powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liability of the county, the council, and the committee. Can I get a motion, please? I have a motion made by Member Cook. Do I have a second? I have a second by Member Paulton. Any discussion related to executive session? If not, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, we see 6 ayes, 3 excused, members Batangan, Sugimura, and Lee.
Okay.
I think Member Batangan is abstaining.
Okay. For the record, the following personnel will be in executive session meeting. All council members in attendance, including myself, Committee Chair Nohe Uuhajins, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, Councilmember Paulton, Councilmember Rollins Fernandez, Councilmember Senensi, and Member Sugimura is not here. Office of Council Services staff will be Megan Moniz, Legislative Attorney, and Jennifer Yamashita, Committee Secretary. We have Nahulu Nunakawa with us, and we have somebody else, you said.
2 more attorneys, Nancy Zhao and Catherine Hall.
Okay, and they're both
Deputy Corporation Counsels.
Okay, great. And so at this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. It is 9:41. Yeah.
So Member Sugimura is not allowed in, or she is?
She's not here.
She's not allowed in.
I think the rule is if you're not here when we vote, right, then you can't. And so
she can't come in.
I guess not. Okay, go ahead.
Mahalo, Chair. I just wanted to clarify with staff, perhaps.
Sure, go ahead.
So Member Batangan recused himself because he worked on this project in a previous life. So staff keeps saying that excuse is sufficient. My understanding is like if someone recuses themselves, then they should be recused for the record and not excused.
And Member Sugimura is here now. So I'll mention, Member Sugimura, we just voted that we're going into executive session. You're here now, so I'll list you as being present for executive session. Thank you. And then can you please answer Member Rollins Fernandez's questions? What is the rule?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say to be safe, let's revote so that it's clear. And
Sure.
for purposes of Member Rollins Fernandez's question, the rules don't really address that, Chair. And we were just clarifying for purposes of the vote that Member Batangan is excused.
Okay, mahalo.
Thank you.
And then when you say rules, council rules or?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that the kind of the fallback is generally from staff's perspective, only a member themselves can confirm whether or not they're abstaining. So with Councilmember Batangan not here for the vote, even though he indicated that he's abstaining because he's not here to say that again when the vote occurs, we consider him excused.
Oh, okay, because when we took attendance, you told Chair, excuse us, okay. Okay, so if a council member is not here themselves to say that they're recusing themselves or abstaining, then we say excused. Okay.
Correct. Thank
Okay,
you.
that sounds good. Mahalo.
Okay, and then we're gonna do a vote again. I'm not gonna do first and second because that was made by Member Cook and second by Member Paulton, which are still in the room with us. So do we have to do a reconsideration?
Let's just vote as if we're voting to go into executive session.
Okay. I can use the same motion? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor to go into executive session, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, there are 7 ayes, no nos to excuse members Batangan and me.
Do I need to read the list again?
Yes, and to include council members.
You know how much I love reading. For the record, the following personnel will be attending this executive session meeting. All council members in attendance, including myself, committee chair Nohe Uuhajins, Councilmember Tom Cook, Councilmember Gabe Johnson, Councilmember Paulton, Councilmember County Rollins Fernandez, Councilmember Shane Senensi, and Councilmember Yuki Lei Sugimura. Council services staff include Megan Maniz, legislative attorney, and Jennifer Yamashita, committee secretary. And from Corporation Counsel, we have 3 deputy Corporation Counsel. 1 is Nahulu Nunakawa. The second is Nancy Zhao. The third is Megan. What was her last name?
No, Catherine Hall.
Catherine Hall. And it is now 9:45. We're going to take a 5-minute recess to reconvene at 9:50 in executive session. Welcome back to HLU. It is 10:49 a.m. We have just completed our executive meeting on HLU 17, and we're going to do, I'm going to ask Ms. Moniz to provide a summary in accordance with Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, your committee met to consult with the body's attorney under HRS Section 92-5A4 on the council's powers, duties, and privileges, immunities, and liabilities. And now we're back in open session. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, does anybody have anything to add at this moment? Right now, we do have one member down. Member Paulton has a meeting soon. So I would like to take an early lunch to reconvene at the chambers at 1:30. But does anybody else have anything to add before we go? Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. I saw that Mr. Williams, our resource person,
Yes.
did submit new information.
Oh,
if
okay.
I could ask if he could come to the podium, and the podium would need a mic, and and just to explain what additional information that you submitted to the committee that's different than what you had previously submitted to us.
Sounds good.
Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Mr. Williams.
Okay, aloha. Kanieli E. Williams. So I submitted additional written testimony that is on Granicus now, and it concerns whether or not this body has actual jurisdiction to continue any actions at all. So last meeting, the department, I recall, Member Yukile asked the Department of Planning about their position on what I had shared as far as title issues and whatnot. And in summary, the planning department said that HRS Section 46-4, which is county zoning, would allow you folks to rezone properties regardless of ownership. That's what the position was. So I looked into that HRS, and so it does not empower a county municipality of the state of Hawaii to exercise zoning actions that are not lawfully within the jurisdiction of the respective county. And so, for example, the county of Maui cannot go into the county of Hawaii or the city and county of Honolulu or the county of Kauai and rezone properties. It doesn't allow you to do that. And likewise, it does not allow you to go outside of the United States of America and rezone properties that are outside of the United States of America. As we had established last meeting, through all the documents I provided to you folks about Kuiaha and evidenced for you folks that the Ahupua of Kuiaha entirely comprised private property and did not comprise public government or crown lands as required by the Newlands Resolution in order for it to transfer over to the United States. It's not part of the United States of America, right? And so trying to exercise jurisdiction outside of the United States of America, you cannot do lawfully under international law. That's one facet of it. The other facet of it is because there is the title issue, and you folks, I'm pretty sure you discussed that and looked at those documents, I'm hoping. Because there isn't clear title, that's also a reason why you don't have jurisdiction on that property. So it's two parts. That's in the written testimony. The HRS is provided for you folks. Additionally, so the County of Maui Mayor's Office, as well as the Maui Police Department, have been placed on notice about the land dispute. And because of that, because it is a civil matters, it's beyond the jurisdiction of MPD. Again, it's a jurisdiction issue that's coming up. Following the last meeting, the Maui Now published a report on August 12th titled Haiku Fire Station Project Stalls as Maui County Council Panel Wrestles with Land Title Dispute. That's also linked in the testimony as well as an Exhibit B. Trying not to read everything because, I think you folks should understand by now. The county is on, from top to bottom, is on notice that there's a land dispute. Any attempts by the County of Maui to circumvent this policy by staging false criminal matters, such as HRS 710-1010, which is obstruction of government operations, or HRS 70-814, which is criminal trespass in the second degree, to justify unconstitutional searches and seizures in violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, and to pursue criminal prosecutions will prove to be unsuccessful tactics by the County of Maui, especially considering the inalienable native tenant rights of Kuyaha as private property rights that are attached to the subject property. As provided in prior written testimonies and considering prior attempts by the County of Maui to pursue criminal prosecutions against Kanaka Maoli or Native Hawaiians like myself at Ukumehame Maui, who were exercising traditional and customary practices on property claimed to be owned by the County of Maui while an active land dispute was occurring. I share that because this county unlawfully arrested me before for being a Kanaka on property that the county purchased, and I want to make sure we emphasize the word purchase versus owned. Those are two different things. And claiming to own a property is one thing, but actually owning the property is another. And so that arrest did result in an attempt by the county to criminally prosecute me, and it was not successful. What ended up happening is that the court dismissed it with prejudice. And I share also in the exhibits the case summary report, as well as my the court rulings paperwork, so you folks can see exactly how Maui Police Department in particular frames these kind of issues against Kanaka that are on lands that are rightfully ours to be on, practicing our culture and traditional cultural practices, our native tenant rights, unlawfully arresting us, putting us through months and months and months of criminal prosecution only to drop the charges because there was never a legal basis to have arrested us in the first place. I'm telling you this now because if the county proceeds doing that further, that's what the result is going to be. It's wasting county resources, taxpayer dollars trying to prosecute Kanaka when the law will show that you cannot criminally prosecute us because of our rights. This written testimony serves as official notice to the County of Maui to cease and desist from further action concerning the lands described in TMK 227007-008. If the County of Maui proceeds with rezoning the subject property, deploys Maui Police Department, employs or deploys private security such as Ajon, who I saw gathered out front or in the back of this building earlier this morning as I was walking in, or facilitates any further actions on the subject property, the County of Maui would be at fault for unlawfully occupying a private property that is neither within the jurisdiction of the United States of America due to the relevant historical context of Kuyaha and the Newlands Resolution, nor under the lawful ownership of the County of Maui due to the absence of clear title. As a result, the County of Maui and all involved representatives would be at fault for committing war crimes in violation of international law. Please refer to the memorandum written by Dr. Alfred M. Zayas, Professor of Law, Geneva School of the Diplomacy, United Nations Independent Expert on the Promotion of a Democratic and Equitable International Order, May 2012 through April 2008, dated December 14, 2018, with subject heading, quote, the application of international law in the context of the Hawaiian Islands, end quote. As I've shared previously, if the County of Maui continues pushing forward, despite this cease and desist notice, be advised that I do not have an issue filing for injunctive relief in the necessary venues, which again, an injunction would result in delays in the project. I highly suggest for the county to do what makes sense, look for a different option that is faster, that does not have controversy, that will not burden taxpayers of the County of Maui through unnecessary lawsuits.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Mahalo, Mr. Williams. Mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo.
Of course. Thank you. Member Sugimura, you have your hand up. Member Sugimura, did you have a question? Can you hear me? Member Sugimura, yep, go ahead. Oh, she cannot hear us.
Member Senensi, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's a Member Sugimura problem.
Member Sugimura, you might need to up your volume or something. Member Cook can hear us. Okay. Okay. 1 second. I'm texting her. I think it's her computer.
Oh, actually, put her hand up. She don't know her hand is up.
Okay. Does anybody else have any more questions before I take a recess to reconvene at the chambers at 1:30? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I
Thank
was
you.
just saying we're going to take a recess soon to reconvene in the chambers for in-person at 1:30.
Oh, cool. Thank
Go
you.
ahead, Nohulu.
Chair, I just want to clarify, by chambers, you mean the council chambers on the 8th floor?
Yes. No, I'm gonna read the whole vibes. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up before I do. I think it's because she couldn't hear. We
So
can,
the whole time, Mr. Williams.
I can repeat it.
Member Sugimar, did you hear my question to Mr. Williams and his response to my question?
his new testimony is on Granicus.
Okay, I'll read it.
Okay,
No, I didn't. Thanks.
okay,
Sorry about that, gang.
no worries. Anybody else have any questions? Double checking online. Okay. If that's the case, we're gonna take a recess and reconvene at 1:30 in the council chambers, Kalana Maui Building, 8th floor, 200 South High Street, Wailuku, Hawaii. The online meeting will remain the same, yes? Okay, any final thoughts before I adjourn? I'm sorry, oh my gosh, yeah, recess, my bad. I know. 1:30 council chambers, see you folks then. 8th floor. Same Teams link. Yep, I almost said Zoom too. That's okay. All right, it is 11 o'clock and we are now in recess.
microphone.
Testing.
Yep.
Good.
Totally heard it. Okay, excellent. Thank you. You're welcome. Excellent. All right, then I'm going to shut down the camera. Leave it on? Yeah. Okay, then I'm going to leave them on. And that way we know they're working. All right, see you in a second.
Thank you. Thank
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Will the HLU committee please reconvene? It is 1:44 p.m. and we are back in the chambers. Yay. I apologize for the slight delay. I was having technical issues, but we are back. We left off in discussion, so let's continue with discussion. If anybody has any questions for any of our resources, we have a whole bunch. I would prefer not to read them off again, but please let me know if you have any questions. Member Pelton, I know, sorry, not to call you out, but I know you had a couple questions about what we may do with the rest of the ag land. On the parcel, did you want to ask Deputy Director Heva Heva, who was on earlier? Is he still on? Oh, never mind. Okay. We can always send questions in writing if you would like. Member Rollins Fernandez, please go
I
ahead.
did speak to him offline
Oh, okay.
Before the last meeting.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Go ahead, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so I know we came out of executive session in the planning conference room. Did staff repeat anything that should have been said in open session? I guess that would be that way. That was discussed in closed session that should have been open session discussion.
Thank you, Chair. I believe there was items, and I'm not sure if Deputy Nunokawa wanted to go over some of those things.
I think the only one that I remember being specifically things to go over in open session was the question from Member Cook, and I can't remember exactly what the question was, but I believe that it was caught at the time, and
it was his concern about Kuyaha as a whole and all the residents.
That's right.
Living on stolen lands? Or, I mean, you can ask it.
That's correct. It was about the kind of overarching impact to the area.
Yeah, and I think that I'm not sure exactly the question posed. Would you like to ask a question related to that, Member Cook?
Basically, the question is, it's related to this particular issue as far as the fire department location, because during the testimony it was stated the ownership or management access rights for all of Kuyaha. And I believe I asked if that consists of both West and East Kuyaha, that area. And then how does that affect the people who have been living there for a long time? And how does that impact their ownership and their use?
Thanks for the question. I think that it is hard to determine on such a large scale, other than it would be dependent on whatever their title report said. And if there was an issue, it would probably be something that the court would be the proper forum for determining.
Thanks. I guess that's the issue, is if it's the title reports or if it supersedes title reports, because that's what's basically being presented, I believe.
And that's another question that is hard to really answer, I think, directly to what you're asking. It is sort of dependent on whatever the court says, which would then educate us on how to move forward. Currently, we have sort of the precedent that's been given to us, and that's based off of sort of what title reports tell us, et cetera.
Okay, that's all my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions? No? Member Paulton, you look like you were just about to say something.
I did ask in the executive session, what of the information could be shared in open session, and obviously, no information from executive session could be shared in open session, but it was stated that, I could refer to the title report, Schedule A and Exhibit 1, that if the lands, land patent grant number 6553 to Florence Wood, would have been any portion of LCA or RP upon us to Nalopi, Kapihe, or Armstrong, it would have been listed in Schedule A or Exhibit 1, which it is not. And I guess, that was said that was okay to say in open session. So I'm not violating executive session.
Yes. Did you have anything else to add?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo Chair, I have a question for Member Colton. There's on Granicus item 16, and it has 4 points, and then a statement at the bottom.
Yeah, that was when I had assumed that, based on testimony and resources, that RP 383, which is Lima Ikaika or Richard Armstrong, that this title report, my assumption was that this title report came down from that one, and then not saying that what we heard in executive session, but in looking at the title report, it says that, or it doesn't say that it was any portion of Land Commission Award or Royal Patent to, or Apana to Nalopi, Kapihe, or Lima Ikaika. So this correspondence was before that was what I was told. I was, at that point, thinking that it was somehow part of RP 383. I spoke with Ms. Hall separately, and I didn't believe necessarily all the things. And then I looked around, and not saying I'm any kind of great scholar or Googler, but I found some records saying that there were government lands in Kuyaha during the Mahele era, and that government lands didn't have like meets and bounds because there were crown lands, Konohiki lands, Kuleana lands, land grants, royal patents, royal grants, whatever, and all of those meets and bounds were like supposed to be recorded, and then government land was everything else. from what I was able to learn, which I think was just barely scratching the surface. And so I think the only thing I learned from hours and hours and hours of reading and talking to people and Googling and Vaihona, Aina, whatever, is that it's very interesting. And if the computer was at this stage when I was like in high school, I might have took a whole different track in my career. But yeah, basically, I don't feel confident enough to know all the nuance. As Mr. Williams said, it is very nuanced, very complicated, and you know, in doing some of the research I did, I think Arali'i, I wish they would have had more control over the process, because part of what I had read was another Pauwela parcel that Catherine Lee owned. When she liquidated that parcel, she sold it to a hui, a land hui of like 33 Native Hawaiians, because when the Land Commission tried to quiet title and say like, oh, this one belongs only to you and this one belongs only to you, that wasn't how the system at that time worked, where, you know, when you create lo'ikalo or loko ia, you need thousands of people to do it. And so if you only have a 1 acre or a 5 acre and it's only you, it's not how the system in the 1850s or pre-contact worked, where, you know, it often wasn't enough land to sustain, and it wasn't working where only one household can work the land to sustain themselves with food. But I mean, I don't know if that's to the point or besides the point, but it's all very interesting. And knowing that the widow Lee did sell her land interest to a Native Hawaiian land hui gave me a little bit of a better impression of her. And I think what she made her money on for the popular science investment was a Kauai sugar interest that paid dividends or something. So yeah, I mean, when I looked into it, like in younger, the computer wasn't, or the internet, or the resources, or the archives weren't to the level they are now. Like you can just Google stuff, and obviously you got to take Google with a grain of salt or ChatGPT or whatever, but different questions can lead you down different rabbit holes. And I feel like I learned more than I intended to, which not necessarily a bad thing. But with all the other reading for the South Maui Community Plan, I had to rein myself in a little. Shoot, I hope that answered your question.
Member Rollins Fernandez, you have other questions, or was just that one? Member Paulton does have a heart out at 4, yeah? Okay.
Maybe for Fire Chief Ventura.
Do
Not
you mind
sure.
joining us at the podium? Thank you.
And then I'll just repeat the question as you're.
Oh yeah, or you can sit
I mean,
over
if no
here
one
you
else
want.
has questions for him, he doesn't need to. But
No, that's okay.
I don't know if during the recess you were able to ask anyone that may have additional information on what happened in the 8 years between 2011 when the project was ready to be built, and 2019 when Member Molina asked for a second site selection survey?
No, I was not. I did not. Wasn't tasked that. I had other meetings between now and then, so I did not get the follow-up. Yeah.
Okay, mahalo. And I guess for Mr. Kaniali'i, shucks, trying to find that. You submitted a map to the committee, if you wouldn't mind explaining that.
Yeah. Okay. There's two maps. I guess that one of them I can direct anyone from staff to pull up because the one I submitted via my informational documents last time, it's not as close up.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go onto the DAG's website, Department of
You know which date that one? We have testimony from August 24 from you.
it would be the 10th informational.
Okay, that would be Granicus item 19.
But the better view of the maps, if you go onto the DAG's website, for the map search, there'll be a list of boxes for different map entries. And in the registered map section, if you put the number 956, and then click on the NCAPS color, so it's a better view of that one visually. And then once you get there, let me know, and then I can guide you folks better.
Is it exhibit K1 and K2 and K3?
It's not listed in exhibits for my written testimony. It's in the informational document, so that wasn't part of the written. So there's no exhibit number for that.
Is it under Papa Kilo?
No. It DAGS, Department of Accounting General Services.
And then go to the GIS section?
This one?
No, not that one. It would be on the DAGS map. If you go on Google, anybody, I don't know.
Oh, you don't want us to, you didn't submit a hard copy of it. You want us to pull up the website.
Yes, I submitted a hard copy, but the hard copy you cannot zoom in.
Oh, okay.
And I'm trying to get you folks to be able to visually see.
Is it this one?
No.
No, he wants us to go to the website.
Yeah, so I don't know staff people, but the DAGS maps, if you go on Google, type in DAGS map search, there should be a website that pops up.
Mr. Williams, it's we're on the survey map search. I see multiple boxes. Which box should it go into?
The one that says registered, in that box, if you put in the numbers 956, and then there should be several maps under that number. If you choose the one that says NCAPS color at the end, it should be a brown map.
Okay, it's pulling up now.
Yeah,
We'll
takes a
share
little time to
screen
load
shortly.
too. Okay, so that map is a 1879 map, and the title is Hawaiian Government Survey. If you zoom in on the left side, generally towards Kuiaha, are you able to zoom? Okay, just making sure. I don't want to go too fast. And then you can see where East Kuiaha is, right?
Chair, we see the two
That would be the
Kuiahas.
Kuiaha on the right-hand side.
Yes, it'll be the right one. That's the East Kuiaha. And so the red lines are the boundaries of the ahupua'as, of each ahupua'a. The red lines are the boundaries of the royal patents that were awarded for those ahupua'a. So as far as the East and West Kuiaha, West Kuiaha was awarded number 217 to William Lee. East Kuiaha was 383 to Richard Armstrong. If you see in East Kuiaha, there is not just the red red boundary markings, but there's also, it should say Grant 383, and there's an R. And then also a little, looks like a crunch on the map, because that's the Armstrong part. So that map shows that the entire Ahupua'a of East Kuyaha was under Royal Patent 383. The parcel that you folks are wanting to build on is landlocked inside of those boundaries. So as far as the title report and title insurance policy saying that there's no Royal Patent 383 for your folks' claim, does not mean that the parcel is not under Royal Patent 383. This is a map. This is a historic map registered with the state of Hawaii. This is a Hawaiian Kingdom government survey map from 1879. I don't know if you folks can see the red writing where it says 383, Grant 383, and then the R. If folks can see that clearly. If I can get confirmation. Am I able to move this thingy over here closer to me? Yeah, I just so I can see it clearly and I can say move right, move left, move up, move down, and so on. Yeah. Okay, yes. So if you look on the eyes, the two eyes you can see, right? You have the left eye and the right eye. Under the right eye, in red written, it says Grant 383, and then there's an R. And that's within the boundaries of East Kuyaha, which is his royal patent. And so from that point, if you, it's okay. This is all, yeah, that's why I'm going very slow, because this website's kind of, yeah. And then from that point, if you scroll upward just slowly, a little bit further, right there. Now you see where that U is on the top left. It's like a little half U. If you look below that, there's like a little line, or it looks like a road. There it says like RT or something like that. That spot right there is the TMK for this proposed site. That place is in East Kuyaha, is inside Royal Patent 383 to Richard Armstrong. So again, going back to the title report conversation, how is it that a title report company or title insurance company, who historically trace title only so far in order to dispossess Kanaka from our lands, why is that giving precedent or superiority over the actual historical document showing the Royal Patent 383 on a map? That's the first point. There's also a second map that I provided in the exhibit informational documents, and it's a map titled, I think, Hamakualoa Haiku Pauwela, and it's a county map, County Maui. It was created by the East Maui Water Board Authority, and I'm not sure if you can pull that up on the correct website link, but I can give you a summary of what it looks like. It takes a version of that map I just showed you folks, overlays it on a modern bird's eye view of Hamakualoa, so you can visually see the grasses and everything, houses, whatnot. And again, the parcel for the proposed site is in East Kuyaha. The labeling of RP 383 to Richard Armstrong is there. It's in Royal Patent 383. There's interest of Royal Patent 383 to that parcel that exists. The only thing is that the county does not have a claim to that interest. And that is what your title report and title insurance policies are telling you. It's not saying in the absence of putting 383 that it doesn't exist. It's saying in the absence of 383 on the report, the county does not have a claim to that title. Otherwise, they would have put it in the title report.
Thank you. Member
And-
Rollins Fernandez, did you have anything else you needed him to clarify for you? Oh, I know that your bell rang, but it looks like you may be the only person who still has questions, so.
Mahalo, Chair. No, I was just trying to look for that overlay
okay.
map that he was referencing.
It should be
I'll go.
here.
Do you know what date it was?
This is.
Was it on the 10th too?
Yes, it should be on the 10th.
Okay.
They're saying yes.
It should. Let me try to see if I can pull the.
Chair?
Mm-hmm.
That's number 14 on Granicus. I think the map he's referring to is the 11th page in that PDF.
It's also,
Mahalo,
if you go
Mr.
on
Kruger.
the East Maui Water Authority Resources Library, you folks should have access to that website because it's a county website. And then once you get to that website, I can direct you further. And it should have a list of different links on there.
19 on Granicus.
Oh, 19, not 14.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
19, not 14, page 11? Yep.
And it would be on that website. It's under maps of streams, ditches, and irrigation infrastructure of Maui County. And
Bless you.
there's a map labeled Hamakualoa, Haiku, and Pauwela map PDF.
This is a different map.
Yes, it's a county version.
Okay.
Yes.
And that one is on a submittal or not a submittal?
It's on a submittal with the informational documents for 810 from me.
Okay.
But I'm trying to have you folks bring it up on the screen because, again, same thing, the zooming part is,
Easier. on
yes,
this
and you can
end.
visually see that I'm not bluffing. It would be
East
the
Maui Water Authority?
East Maui Water Authority Resources Library. Okay, and then from there, if you scroll down to the second section, it says map of streams, ditches, and irrigation infrastructure of Maui County. And then underneath there, Hamakualoa, Haiku, and Pauwela map.
That's the interactive map that you want pulled up?
I believe so.
Or the Hamakua Haiku Pauwela map?
There we go. Yeah, that's the
PDF.
one.
Okay.
And so you can see that this map looks the same as the other one, except it has green and a lot
Newer.
more
Development.
modern view stuff on it. So if you scroll to the same location in East Kuiaha as the prior map, and then, yeah, right. Now from there, if you scroll down, sorry, it's kind of awkward.
It's between the Kui I and the A.
Right there. If you see under the I, on the right side, right? Right there it says Grant 383 R. Armstrong. And if you scroll up, you can see by the U, generally where the proposed site is within those boundaries of RP 383. Yeah, below the U is right there, that's fine. If you see underneath the U, that's the area. So again, now this is a County of Maui map that acknowledges Royal Patent 383. So the title report how you may interpret it, the title report and title insurance policy is how you're going to interpret it. But the reality is Kingdom Maps, County of Maui Maps, both acknowledge that there is a Royal Patent 383 for the entire Ahupua'a. And it does not make sense whatsoever that a landlocked parcel, and I mean landlocked as in like if you were to divvy up the parcels, right? The landlocked parcel in the Ahupua'a that belonged to under this Royal Patent 383 magically is not part of Royal Patent 383. That makes zero sense. And I mean, I don't know how I can make that any more clear, but I think it's important to also mention that, you know, I understand from the BFED committee meetings when the Johnson and Milo Ohana were here, and there was consideration by the county to purchase property that their Ohana had claims to, and purchase it from the Mormon Church. There were members from here, such as, for example, I recall Member Alice Lee being very adamant about supporting the Ohana. And I remember Member Yukile following suit with that. And so during those meetings is also when the county started to share about this policy that the county has, that if it acquires properties that are owned by others, it's the county's policy to hand the land back over. And that was either through a court ruling or clear title. So considering those things on top of everything else I've shared, one thing that needs to be asked is why is it in this situation, it doesn't seem there's consistency with supporting the Ohana, which is right before you right now. I'm the representative for my Ohana. The policy, the laws, the case law, all is in the favor of my Ohana. And when I talk about the potential of lawsuits and whatnot, I'm not talking about it as, maybe I should say it this way. I approach it in a way of aloha. I approach it in a way of being nice. I approach it in a way where when I say I don't want to get involved in a lawsuit, it's not because I'm scared of doing that. It's because I have an understanding of the ramifications for this county based off of the evidence, based off of the facts, based off of the admissions the county has made, based off of the case laws, based off of the policies. I'm trying to be nice about it to save the county from really losing a lot of money investing into something that the evidence is not in support of the county. It does not make sense to me to burden taxpayers because, again, your title insurance policy does not cover the claims that exist prior to the land patent grant. It will not cover that. So the burden then is on who? The county, ultimately the taxpayers. It's about fiscal responsibility. It's about making better decisions for the betterment of the county. I'm not sure how else I can explain that more clearly for you folks.
Thank you. Member Rollins-Fernandez, you have anything else to ask, or are you good?
Mahalo, Mr. Williams.
Thank
Mahalo.
you. Oh, Member Paulton, go ahead.
You know, when you speak of the ramifications, like, for me, I would like you to win because the ramifications would, for me, go beyond the county. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like that's the revolution that we need. I guess I had one clarification, and I'm not saying that you don't know who your tutu is, but for our lawsuit, could you get a lineal descendant declaration from Maui Lanai Island Burial Council?
I'm not sure what their process is for. Let me. So the SHPD documents I have, there's two. Actually, there's several because there's also emails, and maybe maybe folks aren't understanding the difference as far as SHPD is concerned. Administrative rules, the difference between a lineal descendant and a cultural descendant, as far as SHPD, because that's one set of definitions, and that's different from the cultural outside of that context. So in SHPD, a lineal descendant, as far as burials are concerned, is somebody who can prove their genealogy to that person that's buried, and they know who that person that's buried. That is the lineal descent, as far as SHPD for burials. The cultural descendancy is, I can prove my genealogy to this person, this is not the burial, this person who resided in the ahupua'a, and because they resided in the ahupua'a, to culturally to those burials that is in that same ahupua'a. And so with that understanding of the difference between lineal descendancy and cultural descendancy as far as SHPD and burials are concerned, the SHPD documents I've provided, the first one is a letter from SHPD for their recommendation for cultural descendancy. If the exact language off the top of my head, I cannot recall, but if I was going to try my best to quote it or paraphrase it, it acknowledges a genealogical connection to Nalopi has been verified to the satisfaction of SHPD. So that piece is my lineal descent to Nalopi. And the rest of the language refers to how that was verified is because of birth records, death records, and an LCA, because Nalopi had his LCA in East Kuyaha. So that genealogy has been verified by SHPD.
So it's just the skeletal remains. We don't know if that skeletal remains is Nalopi, and that's why it's a cultural descendancy.
I cannot say that the skeletal remains, and this is in a different area. I'm not going to disclose exactly where it is because now we're getting into triangulation things and, again, trying to protect our burials and other burials in our ahupua'a. I have the records of those burials. And the reason I was able to get descendancy to that burials is because my genealogy to Nalopi, who had his LCA in the same ahupua'a. That's why. And that's all that it was necessary for. And then after it went through Burial Council, and they voted unanimously to support the recommendation of SHPD, SHPD then provided another letter describing that they unanimously voted on my descendancy.
Could they give you a letter that says that you are a lineal descendant of Nalopi, or genealogical descendant is enough?
The genealogical connection to Nalopi, that language in the SHPD letter is enough, because you cannot apply to a descendancy to a burial without showing proof of genealogy to somebody. And so the SHPD document that shows that, the genealogical connection to Nalopi, it's a direct line. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten any SHPD documents whatsoever. They wouldn't have made a recommendation to send to Burial Council for them to vote on and whatnot. So regardless of lineal descendancy or cultural descendancy, the genealogy to Nalopi has been verified by SHPD and voted on by IBC. And there's also additional emails from SHPD to not just Tanya Lee Gregg, who's been working on a report for the Hamakua Cultural Preserve, because she had to also consult with me as a recognized descendant. SHPD directed that. There's also emails from SHPD to Department of OEB, as well as Janet Six, about them having to consult because of my recognized descendancy to East Kuyaha.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Cook, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Besides the fire station and the impact with the county, How does this work with the rest of East Kuyaha and the people who live there, and some of them been over 100 years? And I'm just sharing with you, I'm super impressed with everything you've done. I mean that. Very, very impressed. The thoroughness, the integrity, the intent, intelligence, everything. I want you to know that. Mm-hmm. Where does this go? Because that's a much bigger issue than the fire station property.
I want to make sure I say this in a way that is graceful and not just word vomit. In having been on my Ohana's Kuleana lands, I have been constantly harassed many times, right? For example, I believe it was in April, I want to say, was it April 28th of 2025, I believe. Maui Police Department officers, knowing that there was a civil matter happening, two MPD officers and 5 workers from Mahipono decided to come to my Ohana's gate and were harassing me and my mother, who was a disabled veteran. Okay, so there are 7 people against 2 of us. That's just one example of one of the most recents. Prior to that, there was many, many, many of that, right? When I consider people who reside in the Ahupua'a, I would hope that they would respect us Kuleana Ohanas and that they wouldn't harass us and try to push us off of our lands. Not all of them are doing that, but there have been. Have I attempted to push other people off of those lands? No. I just wanted to be left alone. As many of us Kanaka would love to do, is just be left alone on our lands, right? I mentioned last meeting about those families, well, that they should sue the government, in my opinion, and the banks and the whole real estate industrial complex for the scheme of selling lands that they potentially don't have clear title to. That is a settler colonial scheme. The title reports is a good example. And again, going back to the jurisdiction questions, it didn't make sense, it does not make sense for the County of Maui to require those families to be paying property taxes, 1, on properties that they may not own, and 2, in an area where the county does not necessarily have actual jurisdiction, right? To me, it makes more sense for those families not to participate in the system and to participate in the system of us Kanaka that understand how the land titles work, what our rights are to the Ahupua'a, and to live under our laws and way of life. And, there's a lot of possibilities that is inclusive, can be inclusive. But again, generally speaking, the trend has been to try and dispossess us of our lands. It's on those folks to be pono with us, because it's our rights that are locked into there.
Thank you very much for your answer and your, thank you.
Thank you, Member Cook. Does anybody else have any other questions, either for this resource or anybody else? Thank you very much for being with us for the last few weeks. If we don't have any more questions, I will then move on to recommendation. Unless you folks have any questions, I want to make sure. Okay. All right, seeing none. Members, I will first entertain a motion to recommend passage on first reading of Bill 89, 2026, the District Boundary Amendment Bill incorporating any non-substantive revisions. Do I have a motion and a second? I have a motion made by Member Sugimura. Do I have a second? Second by Member Cook. Okay. I do have an ASF, which was passed out earlier today, and I will soon entertain a motion to recommend the ASF. It does incorporate under Exhibit C the following conditions required under Section 205 3.5 Hawaii Revised Statutes. There shall be a prohibition on any action that would interfere or restrain farming operations adjacent to the petition area, provided the farming operations are conducted in a manner consistent with generally accepted agriculture and management practices on adjacent or contiguous lands in the Ag District. B, there shall be a notification to all prospective developers or purchasers of land or interest in land in the petition area and subsequent notification to leases or tenants of land that farming operations and practices on adjacent or contiguous land in the Ag District are protected under Chapter 165 Hawaii Revised Statutes and the Hawaii Right to Farm Act, and that the notice shall be included on any disclosures required for the sale or transfer of real property or any interest in real property, and to incorporating other revisions for consistency, including a reference to Exhibit D for the associated unilateral agreement. Also, as a part of my motion, I would entertain the amendment to the main motion to recommend the unilateral agreement be recorded by the Bureau of Conveyances or Land Court of the State of Hawaii. Can I please have a motion? I have a motion by Member Cook. Do I have a second? I have a second by Member Paulton. Okay, now, discussion. And we're gonna do just a quick discussion on the ASF if you don't mind, and then we can go into the main motion and then have discussion there. So this one is a housekeeping amendment to incorporate conditions required under Section HRS Section 205.3 Period 5 for district boundary amendments for land contiguous or adjacent land. So this is a housekeeping requirement. Do you have any discussion on the ASF?
I kind of wanted to make an amendment, but
Okay.
if it doesn't work with this, I can wait till this passes and make my own amendment.
Okay, sounds good. How about let's do this one and then we can go for yours, unless it's related to?
It's a little bit related.
Okay.
How about I say it and then you say if it's not an amendment to this and its own amendment?
Okay, how about you say it and then I can have him say whether or not it's related to this.
Yeah, did I say
I'll point it at
say
you,
it
no,
or I say it? I'll say
Yeah, you
it.
say, you say.
Okay. So I guess for discussion, my amendment to your amendment would say something along the lines of Department of OEV Resources, Maui County Department of Ag, and the fire department will work together on a pilot subsistence farming on that property along with the community and native tenants.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be its own, but it might be cleaner to have it separated. These two conditions are the Right to Farm Act conditions, just for discussion purposes, but I don't think it necessarily needs to be separate.
And what, no
the
straw
body.
poll? Or we can straw poll because we're in open session, or no? Or what do members' preference?
Make the motion.
Chair
No?
Lee said make the motion.
Okay. I move to amend the amendment to include a condition that the Maui County Department of Ag, the Department of OEV Resources, and the fire department will work together with the communities and native tenants to do subsistence farming on the remaining acreage.
Nahulu?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, staff mentioned to me that we're currently on the DBA, and this might be cleaner as a condition of zoning.
Oh, all of it or just mine one?
Just maybe
Just
yours
your one.
Oh, okay. So I'll
You want to hold it?
hold that motion and cut paste later.
Okay, okay. We'll hold that motion. Okay, then we will stick with the first one, the first amendment. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, so these two conditions are conditions of the DBA. And why would Member Paulton's condition not be appropriate for the DBA?
Not necessarily not appropriate, but cleaner as a condition of zoning, which also is being decided on the condition of zoning as well. But I was told that the DBA is moving forward, and then the change in zoning separately. Is that correct, James?
The change in zoning is Bill 91. This one is the DBA Bill 89. The next one is Community Plan Amendment Bill 90.
So you want me to hold that amendment till Bill 91?
I have no preference. It's their recommendation.
It would be cleaner there, but I think that it's still within your authority if you decide to move forward as a condition of the district boundary amendment. It just...
Could it be all three or both DBA and CIZ, or DBA, CIZ, CPA, alphabet soup?
Potentially, but it's usually better in these conditions to have it in one place. That way, if there needs to be a change, it can be addressed in that one place rather than all of them requiring separate changes.
You can make it a condition in zoning.
But these amendments are in the DBA now.
Wait, what amendments?
These conditions in the DBA on Exhibit C, there's 2 of them in the ASF, referenced in Section 2. And if they're going to be here, then why would the other one not be here?
I think the feeling is because those conditions are related to state requirements, HRS requirements for right to farming. And so it makes sense for it to be in DBA conditions since it relates to state jurisdiction. But the types of conditions that Councilmember Paulton is talking about is more related to county authority. And so it might be cleaner to place it in the condition of zoning rather than the conditions of DBA.
Let me interrupt you folks real quick. James just asked for a 5-minute recess so we can figure out where is best to maybe put this recommendation.
Okay, and then I'm going to ask a last question before we recess.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be better for it to be consistent across the board in all documents? Okay, and then we can recess.
Perfect. Yeah, can you folks discuss where it should go and if it should go in all of them? Okay, we're going to take a 5-er. We'll come back at 2:41. Thank you, members, for that quick recess. It is 2:52, and we have decided on our plan of action. And Member Paulton is going to add her amendment in Bill 89 and Bill 91. Member Paulton, would you like to state your amendment to the amendment for the record, please?
Sure. I move to amend the amendment to include that the agricultural, the portion of the land that remains in agriculture will be worked on as a joint project with Department of OEV Resources, Maui County Department of Agriculture, and the Maui Fire Department, along with the community and native tenants for subsistence farming. And I guess I'll save the discussion until I get a second.
Okay. Member Paulton, does Member Paulton have a second? Second by Member Rollins Fernandez.
I have a second with Manao.
Okay.
Me first, or you?
Okay, so you don't have it in writing. What was the last part you said? Okay, you said farming.
Subsistence farming.
How about subsistence agriculture?
Subsistence. I'm okay with that as a friendly amendment.
When you say community, like anybody community?
Okay, so the way I'm envisioning it is to hopefully be a pilot program, because the county claims ownership of a lot of ag lands, and so my hope is that we use our ag lands for subsistence agriculture, because food is getting so expensive, and it doesn't need to just be food. I mean, plant food. I'm favorable to chickens and pigs and whatnot, but recognizing native tenants have a higher right than community. It's not my intention to be exclusive. I'd rather be inclusive. And so I'm kind of leaving it open to Department of OEV, Maui County Department of Ag, the fire department, the community, the native tenants, to work it out how this pilot program can be successful. And the hope is that it would be so successful that we could replicate it in other ag lands under county stewardship. So that's, I guess, my discussion and answer.
Member Rollins Fernandez, did you have anything to add to that discussion?
Mahalo, Chair. I'm going to support this motion, which is included in this motion, or is a separate vote?
It's included in my amendment with the Right to Farm Act.
Okay, because we made a separate motion.
Oh, we did. It's an amendment to the amendment.
Yeah. So it would be a separate vote then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be the separate vote. Yes, you're right.
Procedurally, that was a question. And then I did have one more question about the amendment that I went away. But I plan to vote in support of this amendment and your amendment, because that's part of the law. And this amendment as a form of harm reduction, if the majority of the council members vote to pass all the bills before us. Hopefully the thought I had just a second ago comes back soon. Mahalo, Chair.
If not, we're going to discuss it again in Bill 91 if we get that far. Okay. So now we're going to do a vote on the amendment to the amendment, but I saw Member Johnson's hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. Similar vein that I will support these amendments, but as so far as what I've seen, I won't be supporting the main motion as amended. Thank you, Chair.
Sounds good. Thank you for letting me know. So I will just do a raise of hand now and a raise of hand next and do a roll call for the main motion as amended. Thank you. Chair Lee.
this is a very complex issue. I hope people don't think that all of us is an easy decision for all of us. I know Mr. Williams did not at first, I don't know if he's changed his mind, prefer to support the notion of agriculture for the rest of the acreage. But I see this as a compromise, and I hope at some point he will understand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Any other discussion on the amendment to the amendment? If not, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment will vote after Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Maybe if we can just have it read into the record one more time, if you have it written, or was it just from memory? Just so that staff has it, like,
It was that the remaining agricultural lands would be used for subsistence agriculture through a pilot program that would include the partnership of Department of OEV Resources, Maui County Department of Ag, Maui County Department of Fire and Public Safety, Native tenants, and the community.
Go ahead.
Mahalo, Chair. I remember what my question was. Is it a may or a must?
It's a must.
Okay. And then I'm sure staff will kind of like work with the attorneys to get the language like
straight
good for the condition, because I don't think we would say pilot. I know in our mind it's a pilot program, but I don't know if that would be what the condition
program
itself.
That we hope to replicate successfully.
Okay. Mahalo, Chair. Mahalo, Member Bolton.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, you have 8 ayes, no noes, 1 excuse. Vice Chair Batangan.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving backwards to the amendment, which is the right to Farm Act when the ASF. Does anybody else have any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, you have 8 ayes, no noes, 1 excused. Vice Chair Batangan.
Thank you very much. And now we're back to the main motion as amended. And I know people had discussion. If they would like to do discussion now, I see Member Senensi's hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question for you for process. We'll go through each of the bills.
Yes,
and
sir.
vote on them separately.
Yep, all the bills.
I've heard all the testimony, and like Shirley, and mahalo to all the testifiers for providing testimony. That said, in lieu of some of the information we heard this morning, I can support this bill out of committee. However, I would like to reserve my right to make final decision at council, just in case there's new discovery, or if Mr. Williams can get some additional paperwork from SHPT and some of the other agencies. So that was my discussion, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member Senensi. Any other discussion? I'll go Member Potten, then Member Rollins Fernandez. Go ahead, Member Potten.
For my discussion, it's very clear that Mr. Williams is correct that it's not a clear title to the county because of the overthrow in 1893. So any land transfer that occurred after 1893 would not be a clear title because of the occupation of America. However, that continues to occur and occur and occur to the detriment of, I would say, this county, because as more time passes on, more and more people that move here accept the narrative that this is a part of the United States rather than an occupied kingdom. And as I said earlier in the discussion, with all my reading, I feel as though it is very complex and nuanced, and that we've just barely scratched the surface of all the information that is relevant to this issue, not just for this parcel, but for the entire Pai'aina. And to the extent of the information shared with us by Mr. Kaneali'i Williams, perhaps he is the person that we've been waiting for to take it there. You know, like I hope that he brings a lawsuit, and I hope that he prevails, because what is occurring in Kuyaha, what's occurring in West Maui, what's occurring in South Maui, the hours of testimony that we hear from owners, all of it is due to the initial wrong, which was the illegal overthrow. And if this is a way to prove that it's wrong, I'll take it. I'll be on the side of that lawsuit, because it, like he said, the ramifications would be revolutionary, and with all the things that are occurring and have occurred, that's what we need. And his research abilities and finding of documents, I would hope that other people that are aware of the occupation, of the illegalities that occurred through the New Lands Resolution, the Organic Act, the Admissions Act, the Supreme Court case on the Apology Resolution. Like, he's not the criminal. He's the evidence of the original crime. And that's why everything is so difficult. I often explain this job to other people. It's like living with one foot in two worlds. And there's the world that is the truth to me, which is the illegal occupation. And then there's the world that we live in, and that's like a reality that people choose to live in, which is, this is America. And any effort that will bring us closer to the truth, I think, needs to take place. So for that reason, I will be supportive, because I think that choosing not to build the fire station isn't going to give the kind of permanency that a lawsuit win would. It's kind of, to me, like the injection well case to the Supreme Court. You know, they wanted clarity and they got clarity, like, no, you cannot. And I'm hoping for that same type of clarity here with the lawsuit, to shake the foundations of the way things are currently done. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulton. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay. Before I provide my discussion on the main motion as amended, in going through our Q&A, you did, distribute this at the beginning, your ASF at the beginning of the meeting. So there was an opportunity to, ask questions to our resource personnel about those conditions to the DBA and CIZ eventually. But for the third condition that Member Paulton proposed, which I supported, we didn't have an opportunity to provide or hear mana'o from our resource personnel. So I wanted to ask Mr. Williams for his mana'o on the proposal that we just voted on for Member Paulton that wasn't in writing. So he didn't have an opportunity to see it beforehand, before we voted either.
Okay. I will accommodate that, but if we could make it quick, because Member Paulton does have to leave in a little bit. So if you want to come up, sure, and then I'll give you 3 minutes.
Mahalo, Chair.
Of course.
I believe the first amendment, as was initially presented, only used the word tenant. I do appreciate the explicit use of the phrase native tenant, because that's a very different legal definition with very specific rights attached to it. And Member Paulton is correct that native tenants have superior rights that are locked in the property. There's no way around that. And I provided those documents last meeting, 1850 documents, resolutions from the kingdom. As far as the whole, I can see how it is a mitigation effort on the part of the county. So I appreciate the amendment that Member Paulton is bringing to the amendment. As far as the discussions of it being a compromise, I am not compromising where I stand on the issue of the title of the issues that I presented. So I'm not going to say necessarily I support or don't support, because I don't want my words to be twisted to say, oh, Kanye Lee supports everything that's happening. I want to be very clear that I appreciate the due diligence of acknowledging the native tenants. That's what I appreciate. Also, as far as the question earlier about the cultural descendancy shifty documents, I pulled up and I can read the verbiage for you verbatim. I did provide this at the June 5th regular county council meeting in that huge 106 pages. So you folks already have this somewhere. I know it wasn't all, that packet also wasn't uploaded to Granicus. So maybe that should have been a long time ago, but so the actual language, it says, and this is the initial SHPD recommendation letter. The administrative rules require that the applicant provide evidence of genealogical connections to a Native Hawaiian ancestor who once resided and/or are buried in the same Ahupua'a or district where the unidentified skeletal remains are located or originated from. In this case, the applicant has submitted sufficient evidence connecting him to Nalopi, who once resided in the Ahupua'a of Hamakualoa in the Hamakualoa district. The SHPD has verified this information through birth records, death records, as well as an LCA. And just a clarification, when they say Ahupua'a of Hamakualoa, it's because for some reason the state maps out that area as Hamakualoa because the LCA is part of Hamakualoa as the Moku. Separately, the letter following the Maui Lanai Island Bear Council's approval of the recommendation, they specifically use East Kuiaha Ahupua'a. So still the same aina that we're concerning. So
thank you.
Just for that clarification, you guys already have these documents, so I don't think it's necessary to get anything additional from SHPD because that's very clear.
Okay.
It's Exhibit A1 and A2 on the June 5th council testimony is where I found it.
Thank you.
Okay, mahalo.
Mahalo, Mr. Williams. And then perhaps I can make that request for staff to include it as part of this item in committee, and then that way all the
things
documents are together.
The entirety of the June 5th council testimony.
Oh, there's...
It's a packet.
Yeah.
Can do
that whole 110 pages.
Yep. We can do that.
Okay.
Oh, rather, they can do that.
Okay. Mahalo staff.
Did you have anything? I'm assuming you have more discussions.
Yeah. Okay, and I recognize that Member Paulton has a hard out at 4, and I mean these are all endeavoring to achieve the same thing.
Yeah.
So these remarks are the same for each bill.
I assume.
So, okay. We all have our kuleana and kulana. Our fire department has a responsibility to keep our community safe, fire public safety, as well as our firefighters and staff. And so expanding and having a fire station in strategic locations supports our fire department. And so that's the kuleana of the fire department. Our attorneys, kuleana is to defend the county and decisions that are made by individuals that hold decision-making power at any given time that make up the county. Whether they're good decisions or not good decisions, their kuleana is to defend it. The courts, then, their kuleana is to interpret the law. And when a question is not one that it can provide a decision on, it punts it back to the legislative branch as a political question. And so I don't think the courts will give Member Paulton the revolution that she spoke to in her remarks. I'm sorry, I know, sad face. Nor will it answer Member Cook's question about what happens to all these other lands that were stolen at the time of the overthrow and then subsequently bought up by people who weren't part of the original theft. Because then what happens if the courts say, yeah, you know what, that was all illegal? Does the entire system collapse? And so, punt, political question. You guys figure it out. That's not for the courts. As a council, we're the policy-making body. As an individual council member, my personal policy is to never steal land or displace or dispossess Kanaka Maoli from ancestral Aina, even regardless of how small a potential it could be, regardless of whether our attorneys are super convinced that our title insurance and the title report says so. The title companies has been a tool for the colonizers to continue to dispossess Aina from our lahui, from Kanaka Maoli, from native tenants, from Hoa Aina. Title companies are part of the racist system that persists to this day. For me, I didn't take on this position to continue to hurt my people. And I understand all the arguments being made. And it's not a dichotomy. It's not either we have a fire station in Haiku on this parcel or no fire station. Just as we showed on Molokai, it's possible to have option 3 by purchasing a house on a bigger parcel for expansion, for hot, warm, cold zones, for to meet the needs of the fire department that supports our firefighters. Also, as a council member, when I look at the speed and cost, so when we're talking about meeting the needs by expanding, by having a fire station in Ha'iku. And it's been 17 years. And back in 2019, I suggested perhaps, Ha'iku community work together if they want a fire station in that area. And the communities after that, east of Ha'iku, to do what we did in Molokai, and maybe they'll get a fire station faster. If there's going to be a lawsuit, then that slows the process down and increases the cost. So in looking at the speed of meeting the needs of the community and the firefighters by not stretching them too thin, I think everyone would prefer a speedier option. And acquiring a hale that's already there is a faster option. It's not a modern fire station, but it's been 17 years. And it also wouldn't cost $18 million or more if there's a lawsuit. The fire station on Molokai, or the firehouse that we're constructing in Ualapu'e, that hopefully will be done by the end of this year. The firefighters in Puko'o have waited for over 30 years to be moved out of the Irwin house, the Irwin Center. And it was because the community members went and looked for a place to be able to relocate them that we are able to have a fire station on the east side of our island. I think, as my colleagues have all pointed out, Mr. Williams' research abilities are impressive. As I go through this meeting and I hear the comments of my colleagues and the attorneys and the government hasn't always been on the side of the people. The government has been guilty in dispossessing Kanaka of our aina, because the government is made up of humans, and these humans aren't always supportive of Kanaka Maoli. Oftentimes, there is a minority, if even one Kanaka Maoli in the decision-making body. I mean, we're lucky here that we have more than one. And putting the burden on the native tenants to do the level of research that Mr. Williams has done, oftentimes is not accomplished by the native tenants. And that's how they end up losing their land. It's often the most vulnerable, and that's what the title insurance companies bank on. They rely on the native tenants not having the expertise of Mr. Williams, of not having the resources to be able to hire private law firms to represent them, to go against the county and prevail in court, and to not be able to go to court and represent them themselves. That's the system in which our people have been forced to be in and be dispossessed of their ancestral aina. The loss of our aina is the loss of connection, is the loss of our culture, and then is the loss of our people. I'll be voting no on this bill. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Is there any further discussion before I ask for a roll call? Okay, I'm going to go with Member Johnson and then Chair Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be short. I feel that building a fire station should be great news. We should be so excited to do something like this. We should be talking about our resiliency and our infrastructure needs and way to go team. But I don't feel that this time. I don't feel that. I feel we should pump the brakes because as we all talk about, this can get very expensive. When we can be, besides the cost financially, morally, I'm not going to bear that cost. I support fire stations putting out fires, and building on this parcel of land is only going to conflagrate the issues that Kanakas and Hawaiians have over getting their land back. So I'll end it there. I appreciate the discussions and I appreciate all of the testifiers and I appreciate the firefighters doing that deed, but this doesn't feel good to me and I won't be supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Chair Lee, followed by Member Sugimura.
Okay, Chair and members, I will be supporting the motion because I feel strongly that we are responsible for public health and safety. The reason why I mentioned the word compromise, this is for me, not speaking for anyone else. This is a compromise between the county council and the administration. They wanted all of it, but we are setting aside a huge portion of it for Native Hawaiian uses. And that doesn't take away to me any of the work or intentions of Mr. Williams and the Ohana. I fully respect what they're doing. I wish we could find another way, but for me, I think the people of Haiku and East Maui are in great need of a new fire station, and they have waited decades for this, and that's the reason why I'm supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lee. Member Sugimura.
I was recently at a excuse me, Haiku Community Association forum, and this question came up about the Haiku fire station. And I gathered from the members who were there, the community have been waiting for this. So I support this. And thank you, Member Paulton, and all that has been said with Member Rollins Fernandez. And I do know that this land, we have clear title for it, and unfortunately, for Mr. Williams and what his family is experiencing, it is maybe contrary to what he has done all this, research for 100-something pages that he's provided the council. So I appreciate him and his family, but at this time, I support a need that has been a great need that the community has waited for. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, roll call.
Chair, proceeding with a roll call vote. Councilmember Sinensi.
I with reservations.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez.
Ole.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batongan.
Excused.
Committee Chair Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 excused. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next, I will entertain a motion to recommend passage on first reading Bill 90, 2026, the Community Plan Amendment Bill incorporating any non-substantive revisions. I have a motion by Member Cook. Do I have a second? Second by Member Sugimura. This one we won't have any amendments on, but we will have amendments on the next one. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will take a roll call. Seeing none, roll call, please.
Chair, proceeding with the roll call vote. Councilmember Sinensi.
I with reservations.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Fernandez,
Ole.
Councilmember Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Paulton,
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura,
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan,
Excused.
Committee Chair Uhuhajins.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes, 2 noes, and 1 excused. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're on our last one now. I will entertain a motion to recommend passage on first reading of Bill 91, 2026 to change for a change in zoning bill incorporating any non-substantive revision. So I have a motion. Member Cook? I have a motion by Member Cook, second by Member Sugimura. And we also have the 3 amendments as we discussed in Bill 89, which include the right to farm, as you saw in the ASF, and the language that Member Paulton provided earlier, which, do you guys have in writing? Would you like to read it? Oh, they can do it. Then you can double check that what they have is what you said. Go ahead, James.
Chair, what we have right now is the remaining agricultural land would be used for subsistence agriculture through
Must be used
for subsistence agriculture through a pilot program that would include a partnership of the Department of Weavy Resources, the County Department of Agriculture, the Department of Fire and Public Safety, Native tenants, and the community.
Did you say pilot program or private program?
Pilot.
Pilot.
Okay. That's what my
sounds good.
intention was.
Member Rollins Fernandez and Member Johnson, are you guys okay to vote on this one? I can do a show of hands. Oh no, on the amendment. Oh, okay. Just making sure on the amendment. I will then do a show of hands, and I'll definitely do roll call for the main motion as amended. So for right now, we're going to be voting on all 3 of the amendments. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Chair,
Yeah.
apologies.
Conditions.
Conditions.
For the conditions, can we confirm the move on to the second?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I jumped the gun. Member Paulton made the motion. Do I have a second? Do I have a second by Member Rollins Fernandez?
And Chair, just to, as part of the motion, can it also include to change the main motion to also include a recommendation for the UA to be recorded?
Yep. Friendly amendment, okay? Yes. Thank you. Okay.
And I don't know if we need to say any non-substantive revisions because they can pretty up my words.
Okay. We'll add that. All right, thank you. All those in favor of the amendment to the main motion, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Chair, there are 8 ayes, no noes, 1 excused. Vice Chair Batangan, motion carries.
Thank you very much. And roll call on the main motion as amended.
Oh,
yes.
Can I add on to my previous discussion?
Sure.
I hope that Mr. Kaneali'i Williams is the person that we've been waiting for. He did reference international law. And if there isn't remedy in U.S. courts, I do hope that we go all the way to international law, because, I mean, if not now, then when? If not us, then who? And, you know, I guess, I really feel that it needs to be resolved that there were illegal things done, there is an illegal occupation, there is a path forward, and that needs to be taken. And from what I've seen, I believe Mr. Williams is the person. So I guess I would just add, if not through the U.S. court system, all the way up to the international law system. Because they have records of treaties with other countries. Mm-hmm. They have, you know, it's already been Larson versus Kingdom of Hawaii. So they know at the international level, and that's the relief we need.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Member Rollins Fernandez.
I love Member Paulton's optimism.
Me too.
Yeah, the I think it was that 4 superpowers have like veto power So even if the courts decided in our favor, enforcement would be an issue in the U.S., China, Russia, and one more country are all on the UN Council that would be able to veto any pursuing of the enforcement of UN court decision. And there's a record of that, of the U.S. Not following through on UN court decisions, and the UN wanting to pursue damages from the U.S. and then the U.S. just like vetoing it. So, the power really is with the people. It's the people who make up government. It's the people that are in government. And this is our opportunity to make things maybe not as right as we would like to be able to make them, but at least to not continue the harm. And that's partly what this is doing. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Member Rollins-Fernandez. At this time, let's do a roll call, please.
Chair proceeding with a roll call vote. Councilmember Sinensi.
Aye with reservations.
Chair Lee.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins-Fernandez.
Ole.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Paulton.
Aye.
Councilmember Sugimura.
Aye.
Committee Vice Chair Batangan.
Excused.
Committee Chair Hodgins.
Aye.
Chair, there are 6 ayes. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Members, this concludes the Housing Land Use Committee meeting. Thank you very much. Excuse me. It is now 3:34 p.m. and this HLU meeting is adjourned.